Pop out the chat. Okay, cool. So yeah, we are starting up for YouTube. Let me rehash what we're doing today. So we got the Slack integration completely working. We left off on a validation bug that happened from creating a new Slack notification. We should double check that all of them work. I think I messed something up. So we'll fix that. And then once we fix that, we need to look at how some of these like notifications end up working, right? So we need to get single notifications working. And then we also need to maybe like start batching notifications. And yeah, so I think we can get to that. Let's switch to the screen where we can see all of our stuff that we need to do. Yeah, adding billing is something we're going to want to do. Magic link login. I think we finished that one. Yep, so we just have a couple more email templates to knock out. We're going to wait on the over limit one. Whole words versus portions of words. That one's going to be kind of important. So yeah, we're going to want to have some like configuration for keywords a bit better. I think we're going to end up having configuration for some of the other, like, you know, batched versus single is something like that we may want to have the user configure. We need to pivot to SendGrid. And then what all do we consider MVP still? Nothing. Yeah, we need to wire up billing. Yeah, we might be able to get this launched here pretty soon. We're not 100% certain on the subscription levels yet. Realistically, you create them and you see what happens. You know? We don't have any users that we could really interview about this. In general, just think about how much value it provides. Now, one thing I think I want to do real quick is we head back here. One thing I want to keep in the backlog is sentiment analysis. And hey, what's up, Salt and Burnham, Mr. Sir? Dude, so stoked to hear that you landed somewhere. I don't know nearly enough about Tux, but yeah, stoked you landed. Like, hell yeah, man. I was just about to share, like, you know, like a week or so ago, the GitLab position that's opened up. But, you know, yeah. How are things at GitKraken? They're good. Yeah, I got accepted for a bunch of talks, which they're stoked on. So, like, I got GitHub Universe last year. This year, I got into Git Merge, which is huge. Yeah, commit your code. I think you're going to be at commit your code, right? Yeah. So commit your code. I'm really looking forward to. Yeah. The GitLab position seems interesting. If anything, it'd be a nice pay bump. It'd be like an extra 30 or 40K a year, which would be huge. Yeah, I've heard it's a really nice event. Yeah. I haven't like I've been to Texas. I went to Austin last year for a thing. That was kind of fun. But it's crazy to me how small Austin actually is. Like it doesn't feel like a big city, you know? But yeah, I'm pretty sure Plano's even smaller, so whatever. Yeah, it seems like a great event. So I'm looking forward to the talk. And yeah, I got more submissions to do. Have you seen this tool that I made? It's not perfect yet, and it needs a lot of work. It was cold in Dallas, Plano. Hopefully, it's warmer. I mean, I like the cold, so I'm okay with that. But basically, this is an interesting thing. So you would log in with GitHub, and you would assign a repository. So you can manage repositories like, we'll go and select one, right? I'm going to click back though. And now that we've got this repo selected, I can add conferences to it, and add talks and then associate those together. And I can see which ones were declined, which were accepted. What I want to start doing is start tracking the ones that have a CFP that is coming up that can be like, oh man, the CFP is coming up. Make sure you get it in before it's over. I just want to like do some of that sorting and filtering. Haven't done that yet. It's very lightweight and early still. I was thinking we could do it at work, but nah, it's just too much for non-dev people, like marketing people. But for devs and developer advocates, I think it's a nice tool. So, yeah. What I want to start doing is setting up a like a webhook kind of thing, or not a webhook, more like a GitHub action, where you could have it check for upcoming like CFPs that are ending, like on a daily basis, because you can do that with GitHub Actions. I'm pretty sure you can do that with GitLab. I'm pretty sure you can do that with Azure DevOps, etc. I think it would be kind of cool to have that CI/CD stuff run daily and then just send me an email of like, hey, these CFPs are ending within a week, and then give me like the couple day notice too. Yeah, that would be really nice. And I think totally doable. I think totally doable. I don't know. First step is getting this filtering better, adding a talk, making that part better. But yeah, it's kind of fun. I just thought it was an interesting thing because I know you give a lot of talks as well, keeping track of the ones that you've applied to, what talks you presented for them, all that stuff. Like, it can be a bit heavy because they get so spread out, right? Like, Sessionize is good for things that use Sessionize, but then beyond that, Git merge doesn't, or actually they did use Sessionize. But there are plenty of like conferences that don't. Like Cascadia JS doesn't. Render ATL. Actually, they did too. Sessionize is pretty well standardized, but there's enough that don't do it. And Sessionize isn't great at the whole like reminding me before the CFP is about to end, right? Like that's on me. So yeah, I don't know. I think there's some value to it. It was fun. The idea behind it though is even more fun. There's a library we called Oh My God, and it's actually the library underneath that application. And this is a way for you to kind of just like wire up the data management and all that, where it's like, there is no back end for this application besides like a little light like OAuth endpoint. The back end is GitHub, right? So they're managing the data. Changes or through their API. Eventually, I want to have it be pull request based, like as an option. I think that could be cool. But yeah, it's kind of nice. I like the idea. I think this like library could end up going bigger, right? Right now we just support GitHub as the proof of concept, but GitLab, Bitbucket, Azure DevOps would not be much harder either. So yeah, like for people to just make their own adapters, right? We got a React component, so you can wrap it and be reactive around it. Like, I don't know. I haven't built libraries or frameworks like this before. I'm more of an application dev, so it's kind of nice fiddling with this, but I need to make it more robust. But I got to do that after we work on other stuff. Similarly, this is another one that I think you might be interested in. Messijo, which we don't have a good way of demonstrating at the moment. Actually, do we? Let me do a refresh just to be sure. Woo! That's a lot. That's a lot of notifications. Yeah, Foo and Bar get mentioned a lot. Yeah, we lost some of the data, but basically on Blue Sky, whenever someone mentions one of these things, we track it, and we also then allow you to set up notifications like email, Slack, SMS eventually. And this is a way to make sure that you're not like missing out on a bunch of like tags on social media that you could respond to. So that'd be kind of cool. And hey, what's up, Tommy? Sounds cool, Tommy. But yeah, so I think I could make a service out of Messijo, right? Here's my question. As a developer advocate, what value would you place on not missing messages like that and being able to respond? I know it's possible to set up things where people directly tag you, and that's easy. But what about when they just use the word without actually like tagging the organization? So like GitLens is an example. People might mention GitLens, but they don't actually like at GitKraken. What do you think the value of that would be? And how many keywords do you think you'd even want to listen to? This is all just brainstorming. I'm just curious. And thank you for the follow, Salormdev and Lethal Hooks. Welcome. Yeah, and I'm not saying like, well, you said it, now you got to pay it. I'm just saying like in general, what do you think an organization would value this at? There are tools that can do this. Like what? Like specifically for Blue Sky? Common Room. Yeah, no, that makes sense. They don't really describe what they do. Okay. And they start at 1K a month. Okay, so there is a real quick and easy, like getting in quicker kind of thing. So they do X, they do LinkedIn. Okay, so yeah, I would do the subreddit thing. Yep. Interesting. So yeah, they don't solve all of these. Yeah, like really, they're only knocking out two of the ones that I think are actually useful. Lobsters and Hacker News, I think, would be valuable as well. So I see. Yeah, yeah. The Twitter one, I'm gonna ignore Twitter, but Blue Sky, Hacker News, Lobsters, Reddit, I think would be pretty good. Custom APIs for those platforms? They don't have APIs though. They just have RSS feeds. Right? Like Reddit, Hacker News, Lobsters are just RSS feeds. I know, old Twitter logo too. So wait, where's the free tier? It's literally all the same. Okay, then it finally gets different. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, I don't see the free tier. Starter is the free tier? No, starter is 1K. Starter is starting at 1K a month. But seeing how much this has value and companies pay for it, I wouldn't be doing nearly as much, but I don't know. I might be able to up the cost a bit. Okay. Yeah, yeah, I don't see a free tier anymore. But yes, it does way more than I'm trying to do. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm still thinking some kind of like hold on, let's look at what I was thinking. Right? So, trial you get one keyword, 100 events a month and only email notifications. Maybe no notifications. I don't know. But then 5, 10, $20. I'm wondering if instead we go 10, 20, 40. I think 10, 20, 40 makes a lot of sense. Times two, maybe? So you're saying what we see here, or like what I'm saying? Like, are you saying 20, 40, 100? If I did 20, 40, 100, I'd bump up the events per month for each one. But 20, 40, 100 kind of makes sense. You're thinking 25, 75, 150? Yeah. I mean, they're starting at 1K, but they offer so much more, right? So that's the big thing there. Like, do I think I even offer 10% of what they offer? Probably not. It's also a slightly different thing. Yeah, I do kind of like the idea of starting higher and we can always make it lower. Custom signals. That's the part you're talking about, right? So that's this part. There you go. Yeah, I'd say community and social engagement is closer, right? Like, so custom signals requires that there's actually an API you can tie into. And I mean, does Zapier have Reddit? Uh, Explore apps. Here we go. Yeah, okay. So then what does Zapier charge? Yeah. I think custom doesn't make any sense, right? Like they would need to build out a thing for lobsters. They would need to build out a thing for Hacker News. They would need to build out like other stuff. Like Blue Sky doesn't have an API; it has a WebSocket you listen to. So I don't think custom signals would actually fit for any of the things I'm building towards. Now, what we're maybe thinking is, if I get big enough with this, do they just buy me? Common Room probably has some deep pockets. So yeah, acquisition could be a decent exit. Okay, so Zapier starts at 20 and then 70. Nice. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think mimicking the Zapier billing tiers makes a lot of sense. And maybe I just ditch the unicorn tier and we make that the enterprise. And I think eventually, once I start adding things like sentiment analysis and some other like reporting type stuff, that could be pretty good. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, just thinking this out. Oh, Salt and Burnham. Yeah, you were saying they do sentiment analysis on Common Room. Okay. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Hold on, I have to pass one thing on for work. Oh, and hold on. Okay. So, yeah, I just got to pass this for work, and then, yeah, we can get back to what we're doing. Okay, so hold on. What qualifies as IP enrichment? I mean, being able to IP freely. All right, so let's get back to building what we're building. And yeah, I'm stoked on the discussion here. Yeah, just thinking about the billing. All right, so the bug that we have is when we try to create a notification. We'll do testing 2 just to make sure that's not overlapping. If we do Slack, that creates just fine. But hold on, we got a bug with rendering. Let's go fix that rendering bug real quick. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure what light speed meant either. All right, so notification item here. All right, fix that rendering. All right, so we're able to create the Slack one, but now when we go to create email, it doesn't. Let's double check that. All right, so that's the one that fails. Yeah, what could go wrong? Hooking all that stuff up. And yeah, what's up, full stacking? How you doing? So yeah, brainless full stacking. How y'all doing? Actually, I'm running into a bug that y'all might actually have some context with. No. I probably won't write any unit tests for a long time. I believe more in integration tests. I write units for things that are actual units. When people start writing unit tests for like API endpoints, no, you just set up an integration test that makes an actual HTTP request. And that's a better way to test. All's well, waiting for your food to heat up. Nice. What food you eating? And yeah, let me double check with gaming tonight, actually, just to be sure. Still need to eat dinner? I mean, it's pretty early for dinner for you, isn't it? Detroit, right? Is that the full 3 hours? I think it's 2 hours away, right? Ah, okay. Okay, you're the full 3 hours. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, there is something to be said, like, does she get to sleep early? Right? Because you do want to, like, eat your meal a good 3 hours before you're going to sleep. That's something I read recently. Otherwise, your digestion kind of keeps you up. Or it prevents you from going into, like, the full proper, like, REM cycle. But, yeah, no, that makes sense. All right, scooting in. No, it's not even that. Not like indigestion. Just simply like the act of digesting requires energy, and while doing it, your body just doesn't go into full REM. Wakes up early for work. Twitch streaming strategy proposal? Okay. Make sure you do YouTube at the same time, because why not? It's free. Yeah, for Tuxcare, I assume. I really like the way Jason Torres has kind of been doing it. Right? So schedule like events that you could do as like a podcast kind of thing, but you do it live on Twitch. I think the thing he messes up is it only lasts for like an hour or two. And I think streams don't really even get going until they're like 3 hours. So like more of like just like an office hours. Like you build stuff, you take some time to then answer questions or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's tough for brands to do it. Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, LinkedIn is another great one. Twitter, might as well. You know, for a brand, I get it. Yeah, I mean, the Twitter is meh. for a brand, I think it makes sense. I don't know. Yeah, meh. Yeah, we'll get there in a sec, full stacking. Sorry, it's a validation issue. So it's one of these, like, one of things failing. Yeah, we'll show it here in a second. Yeah, I think having a consistent schedule is a big part of it, as far as like the strategy goes. Yeah, if y'all plan on doing any kind of like podcast, doing it live might be pretty smart. I think live is especially good because you get questions from the audience while it's happening, right? Whether you respond to them in the moment or you just queue them up. It's really nice to have someone else like working with you while you do it. But yeah, consistency is king, I think. And yeah, I don't know. I tend to recommend at least 3 hours, but it can be shorter. Fireside FM. I feel like I've heard of it. It's pretty much it's like a transistor competitor, right? For like podcasting. Yeah. No, I have not. I know Atom.dev and Dex for their Tomorrow FM, they use Transistor. I think a few others use Transistor as well. Like, pretty sure Leon and Danny use Transistor for theirs. Syntax is through Megaphone, which is Spotify's own like self-hosted thing, but they're pretty expensive. Want to hear a fun fact of Syntax? Sure. Yeah, they used to be on one called like Libsyn or something like that. You introduced Scott and Wes? Oh, that's super cool. That's funny. I found Fireside recently. I forget how, probably Twitter or something. I would say it's not that well known. And for some reason, like, dude, they're blowing it by not having their pricing like front and center in that menu. But it is on this page at least. Okay. One included, $8 a month for additional, so that's not ideal. Unlimited storage, though, is kind of nice. Yeah, there's not a lot that they're offering that I think puts it above Transistor. Yeah, no worries, Salt and Burnham. Yeah, have a good one, man. Yeah, see you at CYC if I don't see you before then. But yeah, good chatting. Good catching up. All right. So, full stacking. The thing we are dealing with is we try to create this notification, and the error we get. Let's see. So over here in the back end, it's basically we're getting some validation errors using specs. We're getting invalid value, failed to cast value to one of more than one schemas validate. Failed to cast value as object, value must be castable using all of, and then missing field phone number. So we're sending an email, so phone number should not be required, but we're seeing the phone number one because these other ones are blowing it. So that's our error right now, and we got to figure out why. It only happens when we do email, not when we do the Slack one, which I find very interesting. Marquez? No. No. If you want to share it over to the Discord, go for it. But also, I don't know, man. It's pretty easy for NPM packages to have malicious stuff in it. We do have a Discord channel where you can share it, though. But yeah, just double checking. We are sending email. We are sending type email, and we are saying name. And you're saying walk the call. Start at the controller, walk it to the model. It doesn't get there full stacking. No. It's not getting there at all because we're using specs. This is failing at the OpenAPI specs validation step. So we can't walk that call because it doesn't get even to the controller endpoint. I understand how to do general debugging. This is an OpenAPI specs issue. That is different. I understand general debugging, dude. Walking the call, etc. This is the controller. It doesn't get to the controller endpoint, though. That's what I'm saying. I could put a log inside the endpoint, right? Inside the method, and nothing would happen because it's failing out before it gets there. It's failing at cast and validate. This happens before anything else I do happens. Like, full stacking. Just assume I somewhat know what I'm doing. Like, I know this is the controller. It says so right there. The response and request are here. I was just showing this when I said the all of part. So one of right here. This is the part failing. This is the schema. I understand that, but it doesn't, because none of these require an email besides this one. This is the only one that has email in it. So for some reason, it's not getting caught as it should. This is the email params, right? We see common params, which is all of common params and this. All right? SMS params is all of common params and this. Slack params, we added unused here, and that actually worked. So now I'm wondering what the hell's the issue there. We added this unused just as like a random thing. Oh, I think I'm actually sending unused over the wire. Just as like part of our debugging. But it's just, it's not possible that the data we sent could be construed as phone. All of merges them, yes. One of requires one. And here's the crazy part. This worked just fine until we added the Slack one. Like, email was totally working. We added Slack, and then it broke. Now, the discriminator thing might be a bug. There's an error that happens before validation? No. Here's the log. There's nothing. It's just the 422. So yeah, it's something about the cast invalidate. So you're saying we could maybe do any of? Oh. That actually makes a lot of sense there, Brainless. But the problem is that we're saying that unused should be coming through. So if it doesn't have unused, it shouldn't match either of those either. Right? So any of did work. What is the difference there then between any of and one of? Yeah, I'm double checking. So logical or exclusive or? So valid if it matches one or more. Valid if it matches exactly one. Aha. Got it, got it, got it. Well, I think any of fixes the problem because we're still matching on the type that gets passed. And the schema, right? The database will still fail if we pass a value that's not part of that table. Yeah, I think any of solves the problem. Yeah, Yeah, NEF solves that problem just fine. Yeah, I get that brainless, but the database would still fail out, right? And when would a user actually do that? That would be weird. So if a user is being malicious and trying to pass extra data, then the database schema would still bail out because we're trying to insert a field that doesn't exist because of how we're doing the polymorphism. So I think we're good there. Oh, that's cool, full stacking. Yeah, there's a bunch of them down there. I think mainly because it's like such like an Ember community, and a lot of Ember users jumped from Rails to Elixir, right? Because like Yehuda lives in Portland, right? As an example. I think Tom Dale does too. Used to run the Elixir user group in Portland. Oh, that's cool. If you guys get it going again, let me know. I will happily show up. I do think it's tough for like focused meetups like that these days, though. Until about 2019. Okay. So it wasn't even COVID that killed it? Market was drying up. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, because I feel like, yeah, Elixir was big when it first came out just for like Rails devs to jump to it. But I think Rust ended up getting a lot better. Go massively improved as well. Like those communities probably started eating up a bunch of people that would have been considering Elixir. You think Go is the main competitor? I could see that. It's funny to me that like the Go meetups aren't a thing anymore either, though. Like the Go meetup used to be big here in Seattle for sure, especially when it was hosted at Tune. I don't know if you've ever heard of Tune. I think the people that started it ended up selling it. I don't think it's the partner marketing thing. No, I guess it is the affiliate marketing thing. Yeah. So it is Tune. I'm pretty sure they got acquired though. So it's not even like the same founders or anything. Yeah, COVID killed meetups as a whole for sure. Dude, their website's totally broken. Yeah, Dan and some other dude. I guess they're just advisors now. Yeah, they don't mention like the main guys really like anywhere anymore. Yeah, Tune was started by two twins. Or just brothers. I think they're twins though. Yeah, it was called Has Offers. Yep. Yeah, okay. So the attribution analytics was acquired by Branch. Yep, and then sold again to Constellation. Yeah, so this is why they don't host the meetups anymore. It's no longer, you know, the young, scrappy founders that made the company. Which is a shame. They had one of the best meetups. They had this like cafeteria at this one office in Seattle. And dude, like it was like the perfect space. It was like a giant cafeteria area. They had food like distribution set up all throughout, like, like you could just walk through the cafeteria style line to grab your food, your drinks, like all that. Man, they had one of the best meetup venues. It's kind of crazy. But okay, so yeah, we fixed the bug. Let's move on to another bug. So one of the best meetups you liked going to in Portland was Donut JS. They had some of the best speakers. Donut JS. I don't remember that one. Sounds like something Voodoo Donuts would have sponsored. Or not sponsored, but been like the food for or whatever. And hey, what's up, Bear Max? How you doing? DonutJS.club. Until February 2020. Yep, COVID. Damn COVID. It is a nicely made site for sure. They did a really good job of hosting. Yeah, it looks like mostly local Portland people, which is fine. Yeah, interesting. I do think Portland is overdue for like another good, like, tech meetup. Like a Portland JS should probably be happening. But okay, so we got these wired up. The Rails meetup at New Relic makes sense. I don't remember New Relic being in Portland, but yeah, makes sense. I'm trying to remember. Before the first RustConf, there was like a pre-conference like meetup slash hackathon. It was like a Tokyo thing. Trying to remember what office that was at though. It was like a smaller office than I expected, so it probably wasn't New Relic. But it wasn't like the headquarters either. So yeah, I don't think it was New Relic. I don't remember what company that was now. But yeah, I went to the first RustConf. No big deal. No big deal. I don't think it was the Mozilla office. I do know someone that works or at least used to work at Mozilla though. Hey, what's up, Jay? How you doing? I'm doing well. It could have been Mozilla. I don't remember. I don't remember at all. It would make sense for Rust stuff though. Like that would make a lot of sense. Yeah, I don't know. This is back in 2016, so that's a while ago. And what's up, Frank? How you doing? All right, so we ended up fixing this bug. So that's done. The part that we want to move on to now. Yeah, I don't remember the meetup actually being near the event. It was just a night before the event kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was like a meetup slash hackathon before the conference, like the night before. I drank way too much whiskey and I was way too hungover the next day. So at the conference, I was passed out on one of the hotel couches. I had my bag and everything with me because I checked out of the hotel. Um, and yeah, it was funny. Like someone from the hotel staff came up and like double checked, like, you're with the conference, right? And I was like, ugh, yeah, here you go. I'm just too hungover. And he was like, all right, sounds good. Later. So that was fun. Hold on, let me just share one thing with someone. Okay, so hold on. One conference you went to in New Zealand, there was a speaker completely drunk off his ass talking about mathematical concepts behind some hacking method. He was not invited back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, as a speaker, you got to be a little better about it, right? As someone who paid for a ticket, as long as you're not harming anyone, you're good. Do I know Prime or TJ? I do. Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't say we're like super close, but yeah, no, like yeah, they're good dudes. I'd say we're close enough, right? I enjoy hanging out with them every chance I get. Would I ever join the podcast? Yeah, sure. I don't know why they'd bring me on, but I'd totally do it. Why not? How good is Linear compared to GitHub Projects? I think GitHub Projects has a long way to go. Like, Linear just has so many features for, like, team stuff and, like, sub teams. And I don't know. It's just. Yeah, GitHub Projects is a lot of work, especially if you have, like, multiple repos, etc. The nice part is being able to create issues from something in a project. Linear might have that. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. But yeah, Tired Kebab, I'd happily join the stand-up. I don't see why they'd invite me, because they don't really do front-end stuff. They did bring Trash on, and he does TypeScript, but also Trash is like, he's big time, you know? I have nowhere near the public profile of Trash. Right? Like, followers and all that BS. I think they'd be more stoked if I wanted to do something. They'd probably come on as a guest. But as far as like how their podcast would benefit, I don't know. I don't think they would benefit as much. You've never heard of Trash, but you know about me? Well, you know about me because of streaming. Trash used to stream, and I think that was a big part of like building his brand. But he's really big on Twitter and all that stuff. So if you don't use Twitter much, you're not going to know much about Trash. He used to have a really great stream, though. Like, really great. I think when he was at Hulu before he got to Netflix, yeah, he was killing it. Like, yeah, he had a really fun stream. But okay, so the part we need to work on next, right? Solving that bug was actually way quicker than I expected. And Bear Max, yes, it is. It's the Neo Brutalism library. And Andre, thank you for the follow. Frank as well. Appreciate that. I do too. Yeah, for sure. Hey, what's up, Maniac? So before we just do like the single email notification thing, I want to do batched notifications. And this comes into possibly being the gen server thing that Full Stacking was talking about on Tuesday, I believe. So that's where we get this article and how we could approach it. What are we on to right now? Yeah, we're on to email notifications. And I want to solve batching before I try to solve single sending. Because single sending is easy. And realistically, the batching mechanism would be the same basic thing, right? Now, the tricky part is we don't simply. Yeah, we finished up the Slack part. Take a quick look at Broadway. All right, they're both built on top of Gen Stage. Okay. So, how do they define long running? So, Broadway is recommended for continuous long running pipelines. Flow works with short and long lived data processing. Long running, I would consider an hour or longer? Or do they consider 5 minutes to be long running? Like, I'm just wondering what the use case there is. Yeah, so brainless, it's actually different. I don't think I want Broadway then. Here's basically what I want to do. What's the right way to start trying to draw this? All right, so yeah, let me get another album going, and then we'll start brainstorming how this works. All right, so we're gonna have keyword event. Oh, and instead of keyword event, this is more like a blue sky message, just to make it a little more obvious. Right? We go no match. Oh. Wow, I almost want to use draw.io instead. Excalidraw, draw.io, TLDraw, they all kind of do the same basic thing, right? So then keyword match happens. From there, get gen server, which is what we'll call it for now. Maybe it's the wrong thing. And I'm drawing these too big, but whatever. Gen server exists. I don't know. They all do the same thing. I don't really care that much. So then from here, we've got right. So gen server exists or doesn't exist. We create it if it doesn't. then from here, append message, or append event to, we'll just say array. And from here, the next thing is timer elapses, or hold on, let me think about this. I can zoom in a second. All right, let me just type out what's in my head first, Maniac. Then we'll worry about presentation. All right, like I'm saying what I'm typing as I'm doing it. You could just listen, you know? All right, so then from there, we append the event to the array, and what we want is window completes. Let's just say 5 minutes. And we send it. All right, so then hold on. If I grab all these, does that do it? A little bit. Doesn't help that much. So then, yeah, we go to there. Yeah, draw.io, I think, is a better experience for these kind of like flow diagrams. Now, the thing is, and why I wanted to draw this out and start thinking about it out loud a little more, is that this, right, like the gen server is going to be per keyword that gets matched. Right, so blue sky message comes in. Oh, and weird. If it's not a match, we don't care. We ignore it. If it is a keyword match, we check to see if an existing gen server exists for that keyword and that email notification, right? Because you could have multiple notifications. So then if it exists, you know, we just append the event to an array, which I think is trickier because modules don't maintain state like that, right? So we'd have to like keep passing that array somehow, which I'm less sure of. Just think of a gen server as a process. It's just its own individual process. All right. From here, we append to the array, and once the window completes, we do the send. It's basically what we see in this article that Full Stacking passed us a couple days ago. Maniac, in this case, the gen server is batching emails, right? Or batching messages. Once the window completes, we send an email with the batched messages in that one email, rather than a single email for every single message. So based upon this, right, by making this entire flow per keyword slash notification ID, does flow or Broadway still make sense? You think making it would be a considerable effort? To me, it seems like it's exactly this. The only difference is, or sorry, to me it seems exactly like this, right? Like the one per keyword slash whatever. It seems exactly like what you linked, or what full stacking linked on Tuesday. Right? So here we see that they're doing a random time of just 10 to 20 seconds. What we'd want to do instead is make this value be based off of something the user configures on the email. Wait, what do you mean by a rate limit constraint? All right, so full stacking. We're just reading the article that you posted 2 days ago. I'm considering why I should use Flow or Broadway when really, like, this would make a lot of sense. The only difference is this is just passing the counter value. But what we want to do is we want to pass around the batch of messages that we want to send an email for. So yeah, what you missed full stacking is I ended up drawing this out. I've got this like flow of blue sky message, right? If it's no match, we ignore. Broadway is built on GenStage. I understand that. I can read that. What I'm struggling with is why Broadway is better than this, right? Like this seems pretty straightforward. I understand it's an abstraction, but I don't want to buy a book to understand it. You say simpler API. Is it, though? If it needs an entire book? So we could look at examples. I don't know, man. It seems way more complex to dig through their docs than it does to read that blog post. Yeah, I understand. Gen server versus gen stage. I'm less sure about the difference there. Yeah, I think that's overkill. Full stacking. I don't care about the stages. I don't give a shit. I don't understand why the abstraction of the stages matters. There's just a single stage. I'm consuming the thing with my WebSocket listener, and then I simply either create the gen server or I reuse one that exists. That's what I'm saying. Yes. Like, it seems like you're just repeating what I just said. Like, yes, that's what I said. Yeah, so the only big part is how do we do the lookup part, right? Like, we see these parts, right? Upsert and all that. The worker process is the gen server we care about. Ian M. John. Yeah, 1 second. Let me pass it over to you. Yeah, ETS is Erlang's key value store, but do I actually need that? I don't know. I'm less sure about that. I really wish YouTube would fix their chat in the live streaming view. All right, so they basically do this init with a path. So where is this part happening? The if a process already exists for said page, we will message the existing process instead. Where is that part handled? Is that a supervisor problem? Well, full stacking, we don't want to start it, right? Like, we want to create an entirely new one of these per keyword slash whatever, right? Well, what they're saying right here, though, is that they're spinning up a gen server per path, right? Like, did you read the article that you linked us? Okay, so I see what you're saying. Okay, hold on. So it would be maybe just one process. So this one gen server is managing all of the paths? Okay. So what I basically want to do is this exact process here. The path would then be the keyword ID and the notification, or yeah, and the notification ID. Right? Those two things form a unique path for the emailing. And that's exactly what I want. The only big difference is the things that we're doing here. So what I would end up doing is, instead of a counter, this would be a path, right? So path, and then for counter, our state would look something like, let me just create like a new file. Yeah, I mean, debounce is not what I'm looking for. It's not the same thing. I understand that. Okay, full stacking. Just take it easy. Don't worry about explaining the basics unless I ask a question about the basics. Right? Like, just chill. I already understand this is the state I want to pass. What I'm trying to do is model what that state's going to look like. There's just a little bit where it feels like you're talking down to us a bit. So the keyword would be that stuff. The notification would be on it. Now, what I'm wondering is there a problem maintaining this much state? Or let's just say messages. It's events. Right? Is there a cost to maintaining this large of a struct that could possibly have up to, like, I don't know, let's say 20 events? Right? Like, all this stuff would have to exist in memory then, right? Which is probably fine. So then this would be, hold on, we'll say ID, type email, name, email, right? Boom. ID value. We'll say this is maybe seconds. I don't know. Sure. Per hour? That would be something the user can configure. And then, yeah, events, this would be ID. Sure, created at. You might want to do those in order. Author. Name. So then my question is, do you have any concerns about per keyword slash notification ID, right? Like those two things maybe joined together as like a hash. Are there concerns about keeping this state going where you could possibly have thousands of these states, right? If it's going to be the one gen server, that's still just one process. But we could potentially have thousands of keyword notification combos as this thing scales. For now, it won't be a problem. But, like, what are the scaling concerns? I guess that's my question. And then, is ETS maybe the right move? Brainless. Because then, the key value store, the key would be keyword ID and notification ID jammed together. We'd still want to track, like, this entire struct, though. And I guess ETS still has to sit in RAM anyway, right? So it's, no matter what, it's RAM pressure. Unless we want to, like, persist it or do something there. I feel like we can try it. We can just get it going, and then if we run into scaling problems, then it's a nice problem to have. So then this is where the registry kicks in. And yeah, so here's the thing. This is where I'm like pushing back on what you said, stacking, right? Like they're generating or they're creating gen servers, but they're creating a process or a worker per path. And they're using the dynamic supervisor. So to me, it's not just a single gen server. It seems to me like they're spinning up a worker per key. Yeah, so then registry does the lookup. So yeah, I don't think we need ETS, even if it's maybe under the hood of registry. Yeah, this part seems straightforward. Okay. So realistically, what I'd love to see is a finished version of this that I could just copy and paste their boilerplate and then just modify the key value, right? The key or the state, and modify the bump function. We're not going to do it as a plug, so we don't care about that part. So yeah, I don't know. I'm pushing back a little bit, stacking. You said it was going to be just a single process. No, according to this, we're using dynamic processes with the registry. That's how we do the entire one process per key. So I don't know, man. This contradicts a couple of the things you said. Right, so then once we get to millions of keys, which would be keyword ID and notification ID, that's where we would want to start killing some of these processes. Right, so instead of upsert, we would probably have like a send event or whatever. But it'd be basically the same thing. Okay. All right, so yeah, now I just wish they had like a full example of this. Right? Like a gist or something. But yeah, we'll just start building it. All right, so we can close this. We don't need that. We do need to bring the front end up front and center. So here we go. We want to create a module. Where do I want to put it? I think it's part of the mailer. Still not necessarily sold on the whole restart temporary thing. That one seems a little off. But we'll leave it for now. And yeah, we'll just try it in practice. All right, so we have an init. Instead of path, what we want is, we'll say key. And we don't necessarily want to call it counter. We'll call it state. Just write it out here. And I probably didn't want to delete what we had, but it's fine. So then this is keyword notification event then is something like this. ID snippet posted at is red, doesn't matter. We'll just say ... All right. So then we got these handle trues. This is going to be incorrect. So bump is not what I'm looking for. And what does impl true do? Okay. Yeah. Because it's a gen server, this is basically something that's defined on the gen server for some abstraction to call. Okay. Now schedule upsert. Yeah, let's get all of this in there. All right, so then, yeah, for all of this, we're going to find path is key. Oh, and hold on, I messed something up there. Okay. Upsert, and then, yeah, for counter, we're going to call that state. This value here, that ends up living on the notification. So this ends up being notification batch timer. Right, we'll store it as seconds. Maybe minutes. I think minutes might make more sense. Let me get more music going, though. So this is happening if we're starting it from 0. So this part doesn't make quite as much sense. Like, how would we want to handle that event? We could pattern match on what's inside of the state. Okay. So then it would just be like a when length thing, right? Welcome back, Brainless. I think I offended full stacking. Yeah, looks like it. I just really, really don't like people talking down to me. And explaining obvious things feels like talking down. The other part is he was just wrong about the article that he shared to us. Right? Like, I'm sure, Brainless, you remember, he mentioned that, no, it's just a single gen server. It's just an endless loop. No, wrong. The article he linked us to uses the registry for dynamic processes, and it's a process per key. So, yeah, like, he wasn't even correct in his talking down to us. All right, so here's a quick question. If state is going to look like this, is this pattern match still gonna actually match? Or do I need to provide the keyword and notification props? This is the mock. Yeah, sorry. And it may be a little hard to read, just let me know. I think no matter what, I want to pass keyword and notification because we have to reconstruct it when we pass the state out as the return value. Yeah, I know it'll match 0 events. What I'm saying is, do I need to have these as part of that pattern matching? That's what I thought. I think I do still want them, because we no longer have state as a value. Is there a simpler way? Well, you know what? Hold on. Because we're going to be appending to events, we need to do this anyway. And technically, yeah, we just have a slightly different situation than what this article is doing, because we want to pass a value to this as part of the state, or as the state. So I'm curious how the init is getting called. So this is the supervisor init. And this is where they send bump. Okay. Right. Okay, so handle info is like the generic handler. So I wouldn't ever be sending the empty one anyway. What I'd want to do is maybe match on events, having a value of 1 where we start. Right? So instead, yeah, I would just do like event. Right? So this would be the one that schedules the batch send. Oh. Oh, I wasn't aware of that. Oh, that's kind of nice. I think I'm still going to want access to the event's value underneath, though. Well, no, I don't. Okay, so instead of the when, right? No, I kind of like that. And yeah, so if I do this, right? And then from here, it would just be state. Right? Notification is then part of it. Oh, I think I need to do that to actually get the value, right? So then from here, I would do notification dot batch interval is probably what we would call it. Batch interval seconds, maybe? I'm still thinking maybe batch interval minutes makes the most sense. Like, who cares about batching based upon, like, 30 seconds or 5 minutes and 30 seconds? Well, no, I need the notification value. That's why I needed to do this. Right? I need the notification value to grab this. I could destructure the notification value. I don't think that's even worth it. Now, part of the issue here is then, right, we're doing event, but I'm not going to use that single event. So that's maybe where events and the when make the most sense. Because then it's technically like a used value, right? I know we could do it that way. I just think this ends up being more explicit. Right? I consider that more explicit rather than like just ignoring the event with the underscore. I don't know. How do you feel about that? It's just a matter of style. Yeah, I find this to be a little more explicit. But it is nice to know that shorthand. So, thank you. Guards can fail silently rather than not matching. Okay. That's also maybe the bad thing about guards, right? All right, so hold on. What I'm thinking is I may not even care about this. Right? Like, is there any harm instead in just forcing the init to pass that state? Because if we look at what they're doing here, I am here. I'm talking to people right now in chat. We're trying to batch event. Yes, exactly. I predicted someone was going to ask that exact thing at this moment, and I predicted that you were going to call it out. Name that I can't see. I'm not good enough to know everyone's name that's going to say it, but I know about when it's going to happen. Okay, so I think I see why I can't do exactly what I was thinking. I was wondering what the point of separating init from like the first invocation of this event would be. Like, why even pass that state? But we could do that here. And what's up, systems admin? How you doing? So then at some point I could do send, and instead of just bump, it would be with the initial state, right? Right, and then this is that function that we end up calling. Okay, cool. So real quick though, let me just go use the restroom. I gotta pee. It is 4 o'clock. I could hop into a beverage here in a second. Looks like I will be playing some games with James and Wormbane around 6:30. So we got 2.5 hours left still. And let's keep building this out. But I gotta go use the restroom. So I'll be right back. Give me a sec. And yeah, it's a little chilly. Let's throw on a hoodie. Call it good. If I am gonna hop into a whiskey real quick, let me dump out what we have left over from yesterday. Okay. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Any fun plans for the weekend or anything? Tomorrow is birthday stream. I will get some Coca-Cola from the store. I may even need to DoorDash it. Or Instacart it. Because I want to get glass bottle Coca-Colas. Won't consume all of them for the birthday, but 4th of July is just a week away after that. We're going to undo a bunch of the weight loss I just did recently. Which I think is fine, as long as I keep up on the exercise. That's a big part of it. So far, over the past week, before going to bed, I've done arms and shoulders exercise 4 out of 5 days or so. So I'm pretty proud of that. Trying to play some of the games you have on your to-do list over the weekend. You have the bad habit of purchasing if you see them on sale and then never playing them. I mean, when they're 90% off, you're losing money by not buying it. Yeah, Steam sale. I picked up a few games last night. One of them was like $1.99. You know? You're losing money by not buying it. I know, right? Just genius. Brilliant. And yeah, anyone out there dealing with these heat waves, it is pretty reasonable here in Washington. Oh. Oh, yeah. Warms up next week, though. Oh, 55 tonight. Yeah, I had to bust out another blanket for my feet. Oh, I mean, yeah. Anyone in the southern hemisphere, you're dealing with winter at the moment, and that just sounds miserable. Monday and Tuesday look pretty miserable. July is looking not great. Could be worse. Could be worse. All right, so where chaotic is, 12 plus days there with heat index over 100. That's gnarly. I mean, if you want to feel a little better, ooh, they're having a nice chill 104-degree day instead of the 111, 112 they're going to be getting on Sunday and Monday. This is without heat index. At night, it gets down to only 84. You'll take that over this? I don't know, man. Yeah. I don't know. When people say, oh, it's just a dry heat, I don't know, man. It is miserable. Right? This is just the ambient temperature. This doesn't even take into account, the sun beating down on pavement. Right? The pavement gets up to 140 or some shit. Yeah, touche, GS Volt. Yeah, that would be miserable. And what up, ATProto? How you doing? You moved this last weekend just to another place in the area, Strawberry? 110 during the day. Dude. So miserable. Yeah. Yeah, fry an egg. Yep. Dude, yeah, just miserable. But yeah, let's keep building this out. Oh, wow. Full stacking was so upset they didn't unfollow. Jeez. Just because I told him to stop talking down to me. Stop explaining simple things. Stop assuming I don't understand every single thing. Wow. All right, so let's keep hammering out this gen server. Hold on. What is this notification? Yep. Maybe it caps out at 420. That'd be funny. Yeah, I'm going to make this minutes real quick. We haven't actually made that change to the database yet. I mean, 420 is a solid number for them to get stuck at, so I'll call it good. So I don't need to do state equals here. I can just do that, right? That part's fine. I'm curious. Hold on. What are they doing in their init again? They are just underscoring it. Well, yeah. Fine. We'll do it the way they do. All right, so instead of state and state plus 1, Yeah, so then when we get back down to this part, hold on. I guess my big question is, would send allow us to pass something beyond the event value? And I feel like it should. Ah. Okay, so part of the issue is we do init arg and it's a term, and I think term refers to like a string value or something, right? Could be an atom, could be whatever. So how are we going to populate the notification and event ID? And I don't think ETS is the answer still, right? Like the gen server's handling that, but it's more like how do we pass in the initial value? So I could do two things. I could do a send of setup, and then I could do a send of an event. Hmm. Yeah. All right. So the part I'm just struggling with is how we pass in the notification. Because we don't want to have to send that with every single message, right? So hold on. Handle info. It's the message that we're responding to. And the state. What does term mean? Let me double check that. Any Elixir term. Okay, so it's basically any. So it looks like we can't pass a value with send. So hold on. Let's go try and find like a better definition of what a gen server, like what the methods are for it. Yeah, a little bit light speed, for sure. Yep. Later, Bear Max. Have a good one. Yeah, so it almost seems like I'm just maintaining too much state. Nice, Tommy. So where is send even coming from? Send is part of process. Ah, okay. And gen server is probably like a child class of process. Aha. Okay. So send can take options. Okay. Gen server is OTP. I mean, it implements process like it has to. Right? There's no way this could work. Okay, wait. Hold on. No, I see what you're saying. No. Like, it probably does implement process, but send here is coming from the top level module, right? And that module would be not the worker. Right? Dash bit metrics bump. I think either way, though, what are the options that process would take? Yeah. It's the message passing. I'm just wondering what messages can we pass, right? But it looks like now we can't actually send data through options. Options are just no connect or no suspend. So I guess my next question is, how do I send an event to the gen server? Put? Now, it's not part of the dictionary. I should be able to send data through send? That's not what it looked like. right? Like, according to this, it's just the destination, which is the PID. The message, to me, seems like it's just like the event name. Right? So, like this part, send PID event name. Right? And then handle info or handle something would respond to it. What am I missing here? Oh, that's a good point. Okay, hold on. Okay, so then what it means is for these handle infos, instead of just bump, we would destructure that. So we could do an event for setup. Yeah, so I think we're gonna stray pretty far away from the counter example because we're gonna need extra events that we respond to. So instead of bump, what we maybe want to do is call setup. And then key state we just pass through. So what we do is, no, we don't call this setup, we call it event. Right? Event always comes through. No worries, Brainless. Yeah. Yeah, I feel bad. Like, full stacking was really onto something. But, man, yeah, I don't like people treating me like I'm stupid. You know? Fuck me, right? Especially when I pointed out how they were incorrect with what they were saying. At least part of it. So, yes, a new event comes through. Our state starts out empty. And then from here, what we want to do is this. Right? We just call that events. So then here. Oh, that is not what I wanted. Item list was correct. Does this put it on the front of the list then? Because I do want it, like, sorted the other way. It puts it on top. Is there a way to put it on the end? Would it just be list.push? Oof, really? Now I'll just sort it later then. Fuck it. Never mind. Okay, so lists are really linked lists. They're not even, they're not arrays, huh? Teo yourself. No, yeah. I can see the letters. That makes sense. That's funny. Well, Teo to you too. Okay, so yeah, we need to make these key value pairs. Right. And notification and keyword will never change in this context, so that's fine. So then here, the state would actually need to be like notification nil, keyword nil, events empty, right? So then we always have at least an empty events list on our state. That bump doesn't need to be there. So now we're at least like we're updating the notification. What do you mean by making a struct for that map? You mean like creating a full-on like module or whatever? Like, yeah, a module with a def struct. I could just define it in here and call it state, right? Nope, not like that. I would do something like that, right? No? Damn it. Okay, I need to look up def struct. Let me just double check this. Oh, you're saying even like a sub-module? Like, okay. Oh, right, because that's the only way that you give it a name. And I'm curious, like, what does that give me? Like, what value does that really have? I could just do this part as the state. That doesn't seem necessarily that valuable. I mean, I can do it. I don't know if it really, like, I think that's the only place it helps, right? Where else is that valuable? Oh, and I want to do it. Hold on. Yeah, I need to put it inside. I probably don't need to. Oh, yeah, they want the module doc. And what's up, Morgal? How you doing? Yeah, what you up to? Okay, so I do just need state here. And I'm guessing here it takes in that scope too. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah. I kind of figured, I don't know. They want me to do the whole def module thing. I'm not going to do that. All right, so we define this function. Yeah, instead of upsert, this is just maybe batch send. And correct me if I'm wrong, but really, like, I don't even care about key. when it comes to this part, oh, I do need key to pass it to this part, and then this like resets the counter. I could see that. Okay. And to do that, I could just do this, right? And it would be like state events empty, right? So that then resets it to empty, and then we're back to our thing again. Which is then why I want to do this part. Well, I can do module doc false. Oh, that's a good call. Just to get rid of the BS. Oh. Oh, do I need it after the death? Oh, got it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, good catch, good catch. Yeah, the editor got me there. Hold on, let me double check a thing. And hold on. So yeah, back to this part. So we have the event, right? Or message. Oh. So this actually needs to be event 0. And that's where we kick off the next. Hold on, Brainless. Yeah, let me see what it's complaining about here. Prefer enum.empty or list equals empty? Oh, interesting. I didn't know you could pattern match on that. Okay. And what's up, program? How you doing? All right, so what are you saying? You're confused. What if we have 2 events? Then if I send, that will remove one. Technically, I need to have, like, I don't think I actually want to do this part. Okay, so no, hold on. Here's what I want to do. I want to do the one for the empty list. Yeah, no, hold on. So we do need 2 of these events. One is actually when we have a length equal to 1. Oh. No, hold on. And 1 second. The Eagle. Anything with Messi just brings up Lionel Messi. I'm okay with it. Like, I don't expect a lot of people to be searching by name. Like, it'll say, did you mean Messi? Yeah, it's a little tough. I just don't expect people to be searching by that. And I think as we get enough people, like, clicking for what we are, it might be better. No, and, like, yeah, Messi would probably be the wrong thing. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm okay with it. It's like, buffer.com. Right? That's a thing. When they first had Buffer as their name, do you think they were the first thing to show up? Probably not. But if someone types Messijo, I think over time, Google will recognize people meant to type Messijo. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not necessarily that worried about it because I think, yeah, I don't know. When are people going to be searching for Messijo, right? They'd be searching for the keywords that we target more than anything. The brand name, I don't think needs to be that Googleable. And I think another thing is we can just, if we have to, we could target the name with an ad at some point. Yeah. I think that's tricky. Yeah, it is Google's, like, did you mean thing. Right? I think if we get enough, like, clicking for people, like, looking for this instead, Google will totally recognize it eventually. I don't know for sure. It does look like there's some album called Messijo. Looks like there's some YouTube user. That's even funnier. Dude, every name's taken. Welcome to the world we live in. No, if I get enough backlinks, I think Google will actually recognize it as, like, not a misspelling. What about, like, DuckDuckGo or something? Right? So, I don't know. I feel like we're good. Wait, what repository is available? Oh, this is actually a person named Messijo. Interesting. What am I publishing Messijo as? Oh, Messijo at. Yeah, I think it's fine. No, it's a good point there, the Eagle. I agree. Yeah. I think it'll eventually work. I think we're fine. It is a valid concern. So yeah, thanks. But yeah, what you up to, the Eagle, Mister Sir? Yeah, if everyone's searching for Messi eventually goes to Messijo, we've got $1 billion business on our hands. Right? Like, totally. All right, so let's get back to looking at this. We've got two cases. Number one, we've got an empty list. Number two, I should toss up an Elixir tag. What, like Twitch's tags? Do people actually search by tags? I mean, if you're searching, I think you find it anyway. I mean, go to Twitch, type in Elixir in like the search category. You find it because I have it in my title. So I don't think the tag matters. Are you saying like maybe if you're in another Elixir stream and you just click the tag? I mean, Twitch's search is very naive. You just type in a word. So if I have it in my title, I think we're set. Right? I'm so curious about that now. Hold on. God, the homepage is just garbage. Software and game dev. Okay. Oh, then it is literally search tags. Oh, okay. No, that's a good call. I've never used the tag search. Okay. Yeah, no, good point. Good point. I'll do it. I've got 9 tags, so I can add Elixir. Yeah, that's a good call. Add tag. Should I remove visual ASMR? Sure, why not? I guess. Maybe React, add tag, call it good. So I got web development, coding, web dev, programming, English is implied. Oh, actually, I might have room for an extra. Okay, so are there any other tags you would recommend? Stoner? Are people going to search for stoner? Probably. So, real quick, the Eagle. You recently got hired in a very nice company. You're happy for now and always enjoying watching my progress. Well, thank you, Eagle. Yeah, I appreciate that. I like how you have what looks like an actual eagle in your name. That's solid. So, Brainless, what you're saying is I should add the Spanish tag anyway, right? No. Sorry, no. Jeez, what is that ad? Whoa. That was one hell of an Audible commercial. Wow, dude. Are they playing the same one again, too? What the fuck is this ad? How much do you think they spent on this ad? And you don't even know what the hell it's doing until, like, way too late. That's a terrible fucking ad, dude. Wow. All right. That's funny. And it's just playing on repeat, too, because Twitch's ad program is really bad. They really, really, really need to open up, like, a self-service version of it. Like, you know, like Google Ads style. Will they have to do a little bit of policing to prevent bad actors? Maybe. But they would save probably hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on, like, ad execs. Right? Like, people at Twitch who have to, like, you have to contact them to even run an ad on Twitch. And then you could just pay way cheaper people to be like the people that police the ads. Yeah, I don't know. Twitch's ad program is fundamentally broken. I'm so surprised that that's not something they've decided to fix. I wonder if Amazon won't let them. Seriously, could you imagine not having to reach out to some salesperson at Twitch and being able to just run ads by filling out a form and uploading a video? I feel like there's got to be some way that they could actually prevent malicious ads. YouTube's really bad at it, though, so maybe they just want to avoid the YouTube problem. Or maybe they just make enough money off of having to talk to a person, right? Like, contact us for pricing type BS. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just so curious. That seems to me like the biggest problem they've had for the past, like, 6 or 7 years. That their ads platform is just like, reach out to us type bullshit. I'm just so curious about that part of the business. You're upset with Twitch? Why are you upset with Twitch? I can understand being upset with me. What did Twitch do? And yeah, Eagle, what kind of work are you doing? I'm curious about that. Oh, yeah. They're changing stuff in the UI all the time. Yeah, that's rough, Brainless. So I got a quick question. Anyone here ever heard of the company Stitch? So they're an auth company. authentication, authorization, and security. So they're a clerk competitor. Ooh, this is actually really smart. Ooh. Right? So like MCP, I get it, right? Building stuff, but auth for MCP is actually tricky. That's a really smart thing on their end. And I like the design of the site. Yeah, I just had someone reach out to me. I might be a fit for a role, and we'll see. You're going to implement OAuth for Jump Cloud on Elixir. Wait, what is Jump Cloud? All right, so another auth company. Okay. Well, brainless. I'm so curious. What is the benefit? What do you gain? Right? Like, I'm so curious about that. Everything is gated behind Jump Cloud at your company. Sure. So hold on. I guess is the idea that they want to be able to add and remove other providers easily? Is that something Jump Cloud does for you? So like, oh, well, we want to add Facebook. Oh, we decided we don't want to keep Facebook. Right? They can just like add it and remove it easily. They want to control access to the mocks. But hold on, your company is your company using Jump Cloud as an OAuth provider? Like as in they do their own whatever.com OAuth? No, okay, so that makes sense. Yeah, no, I get that. Implementing that should be just as easy as implementing Google, though, right? I don't see why that would be any different. It'd be log in with Jump Cloud or log in with blank.com, whatever your company's name is. And then you're done. Like, it should be the same exact mechanism because it's still OAuth, right? You're just using a different provider. No, you don't even need a library for that shit, dude. No, it's so straightforward and easy. You do not need UberAuth. You do not need any of that shit. Like, dude, OAuth is so fucking dead simple. You don't need a library for OAuth. That's something that some fucking marketing department has sold people. You don't need a library for OAuth. OAuth is so goddamn easy. Dude, OAuth is so fucking easy. Oh, I gotcha. So yeah, it's something you'll learn. Dude, it's a single endpoint in my case. Here's my OAuth endpoint. I actually have provider as part of the URL, right? So it's, because I want to accept more than one provider, such as Google, GitHub, whatever, right? Microsoft, whatever bullshit, right? I just simply have this thing where I do the login part, but if you're only doing one provider, it's so easy. And I'm happy to show you any of this code if you want. Yeah, OAuth is so straightforward and simple, right? Companies like Auth0 are incentivized to convince you it's complicated. It's so fucking simple. Dude, it's so easy. It is so easy. Like, oh, man. Right? There's a little bit of initial effort setting up the endpoints and setting up like the application in the providers and some of that bullshit. But as an example, right, when I built npm, we did it live here on stream, right? This entire thing was built here on stream. If we go to get started and we want to log in, I did the GitHub one, and that maybe took a couple hours, right? Adding Twitch took less than an hour. No, it's fine, brainless. I'm happy to walk you through some of the OAuth stuff. Because OAuth is so fucking simple. It's really, really, really simple. You do not need a library for OAuth. Ever. Right, we did it live on stream. It took us a couple hours to do the initial one, and then the second one was basically just like plug and play some bullshit. Done. Yeah, OAuth is one of the simplest things to do. All right, so hold on real quick. The Eagle. So you've already worked in the banking industry and other places, but in your country, that company has many of the best programmers. You're not at their level yet, so you're happy to learn from them. Okay, so you're at a company that is in the banking industry. There may have been a message I missed if you said the name of the company or gave us a link or something, because links don't go through very well over on YouTube. But yeah, no, I totally get that. The Eagle, there's something really cool about working at a company with better devs, It sucks being a big fish in a small pond. I think it's terrible. So Dark Matter. 6 years ago, third-party auth was the first thing in development that drove you totally crazy. It got much easier. It's one of the things that we see here on Twitch all the time. A brand new streamer wants to implement some kind of like Twitch integration thing where you like have to log in with Twitch and then you got to learn the OAuth flow. Your first OAuth flow is always going to be the heaviest. It's always going to be the most work. Once you've done it, oh my God, it's so fucking simple. It is so, like, it's not like it got easier. It's the same exact thing it's always been, but it gets easier because you have experience with it now. You know exactly what you got to do. There's a slight difference between the implicit flow and like the code exchange flow. The difference is so simple. Like, dude, it's totally like complete bullshit. It's just so simple. Both of them are very, very easy. It's just, there's a lot of jargon to wrap your head around. So I get that. I totally get it. That was one of the things I had to do for one of my first major projects working at a company, right? And technically, no, I had to build out the entire front end. And then the outsourced back-end dev we had, who was over in Thailand or whatever, not saying you're bad if you're in another country, but man, they were blowing it. Technically, what happened was, like, I was waiting on them to implement sign in with Google and sign in with some other stuff, and it was taking forever, so I just jumped into the back end and fixed it for them. Problem solved. There you go, buddy. Because I couldn't wait any longer, right? I had client demos to do. I had demos to do to the actual client. And I'm the one in the demos, not the back-end dev who's taking too long on auth. So yeah, that was fun. But yeah, like, I've been doing OAuth for so damn long, it just feels second nature now. But maybe that's just a repetition solved problem. So Brainless, it's just strictly a keyword match, right? It's just strictly like a regular expression match for the most part, right? Like I escape it and everything, so you're not adding your own like regular expression bullshit. I could allow people to do their own regex. That doesn't sound like something marketing would do, which is my target market. But no, you could add dashes, you could add a space. I don't give a shit. Let's test it. Keywords. Love you. Like, I don't give a shit. Now, what is probably going to be a post MVP thing is compound keywords. Like, oh, do you want to listen for multiple different words, but still both being present within the message? Yeah, we could do that. Ooh, dark matter. No. It's still pretty easy. Keep in mind dark matter. What I'm talking about is this was a backend built with Laravel. The front end was an AngularJS application. At the end of the day, it's still the exact same problem you're solving. You just have to separate your like thought patterns. One is the front end route that's getting the bullshit in the URL that you handle as the redirect. That redirect then just passes that bullshit to whatever backend you want. It could be within the same exact page, or it could be a backend API endpoint. That part doesn't matter. You do the exchange and you bubble it back up. It's actually really, 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 really easy, dark matter. Like in a monolithic application, I think it's actually even easier because you're not dealing with the HTTP between the two. It's just your endpoint takes it and does it. So I don't know. I think they're the exact same, but I don't know. You can disagree, dark matter. I'm not trying to make you feel less. I'm just pointing out that once you understand the patterns of it, the front end, back end approach, the monolith becomes way easier. But I would say that if you're learning the first time with a monolith, maybe it's more complicated than it seems. Or maybe it seems more complicated than it is. Sorry. As long as you're thinking about the entire thing as still just like the front end to back end, whether it's a monolith of like a single, like a multi-page application just doing it within the single route, or it's a front end passing that to a back end, the only difference is how the data is passed. The mechanism stays the same. Right? The transport changes, but the mechanism's the same. In general, I'd say it's maybe just worth the practice of finding some other micro project and re-implementing OAuth in it. Do it with the React version. Do it with the monolith version. The differences are going to be simple, but if you don't like practice that muscle a bit, it's tougher. But I'll point out that like it's something I end up doing every 3 to 6 months. Just because every new project I build needs some kind of login mechanism. Not every single one, but a lot of them. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's something you'll get better with over time. It's the same way you get to Carnegie Hall. Practice. Sure, and I don't think it's smarter, right? I don't think smarter is the right term. You're just more familiar. It has nothing to do with smarts, and it just comes down to like pattern recognition. I'm not going to say you're not smarter, because you might be smarter now, but I don't think being smarter is the thing that helps you understand OAuth better. It's practice. I think a big problem with it is a lot of the diagrams that exist for OAuth, they're not nearly as explicit as they should be about what is a front-end problem and what is a back-end problem. And then it's also tricky, like understanding when something goes wrong, how do you debug it? And that's also tougher. So, I don't know. Don't feel bad. Don't feel stupid about it. I simply think, you know, yeah, it's exposure. It's like almost everything in programming, right? Like the Eagle was saying they worked in the banking industry. Once you know a bunch of like banking BS, like how ACH works and some of that bullshit, it's still just banking. So yeah, once you figure out OAuth, you've figured out OAuth. And that means it applies to every single provider. But then here we go. Yeah. Brainless, like you were questioning, right? Love you. Totally works. Oscriptor. Refresh tokens are not necessarily part of the OAuth protocol as far as I know. Like, it's something you can do, but it's not very standard. Google, I don't even know if Google does them. Maybe Oscriptor, you're talking about like Auth0 rather than zero OAuth? And does Auth0 do refresh tokens? I could see it. That's more of like a JWT paradigm than it is an OAuth paradigm. Because you can totally do OAuth and then issue a cookie, and you don't deal with refresh tokens anymore. Never the twain shall meet, you know? But yeah, if you're talking about Auth0, they do have the idea of refresh tokens, but that's more because they're using JWTs rather than because they are abstracting OAuth. Reason I chose not to use LiveView, because I consider LiveView an anti-pattern. Sorry, Kaneen. I fundamentally hate LiveView, Livewire. Shit, what are some of the other ones? Livewire is Laravel's, right? LiveView is Elixir's. Hotwire is Rails. Yep, there we go. Yep. Yeah, I think all of those things are just fundamentally anti-patterns. I completely disagree with the approach. I don't want my API server spending any time rendering templates. At all. Like 0. 100%, like none. Ever. Never again. I want my API servers to be horizontally scalable and completely stateless. Now, keep in mind, we're doing some Elixir that does have state, but because of how Elixir works, it's processes that are not inherently stateful to a specific machine, right? We don't care which machine they're on, at least. Yeah, I fundamentally consider LiveView, Livewire, Hotwire, all that bullshit. Total bullshit. Yeah, exactly, Kaneen. Like, in general, if I want to horizontally scale my Elixir backend, I just add another node, and we're done. We're good to go. Right? So I still consider that technically stateless. No, I know serving templates doesn't make them stateful. LiveView does. Live view introduces too much state. Live wire introduces too much state to the server. Cookies introduce too much state to the server. I mean, I believe live view still requires a WebSocket connection, and WebSockets are inherently stateful. That's the bigger part there, too. I consider anything that needs a WebSocket to be an anti-pattern until it's absolutely necessary. I'd massively consider WebSockets stateful. To make them stateless is way more effort. I mean, it can decay to, is it long polling or just polling? It's still the same problem to me, though. That's still state that the server has to maintain, so if that server goes down, your long polling dies. Ugh, gross. Now, I don't know. WebSockets make sense for parts of things, but the entire UI should not be WebSockets. Not everything is real-time data. But the moment you put everything through a WebSocket, everything becomes real-time data, even if it isn't. I don't know. I like the abstraction of a REST API. To me, there's something beautiful about being able to change out however the data gets delivered to the front end and however the front end decides to render itself. Those two things should not have any concern over the other. You know, if I want to rewrite the entire front end into another framework, my backend doesn't give a shit. It's still just serving up data. I find live view and basically everything else breaks that. No. And I'm not trying to argue. I'm not a fan. I'm just, everyone can do anything they want. I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. But I'm just trying to point out, like, yeah, the way I phrased it, I'm not a fan. I have strong opinions about separation of concerns. Does it mean I'm always 100% correct with separation of concerns? No. Because I think it's another statement that you can take too far. Yeah, REST API in Elixir for a game. Chose not to use live view for anything because live view doesn't make sense in games. Like, depending on the game, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I think stale data is less of a problem than scaling WebSockets. Most users are fully accustomed to just hitting refresh just to be sure, you know? Is it better when it stays up to date? Maybe, but I'm still going to refresh anyway. But maybe that's like a boomer / millennial approach to application design. I think a lot of the people that try and sell us on these things are also people that sell hosting. I would use WebSockets only for the messaging part. I would fetch initial state via REST. For updates to that state, it would be a WebSocket. Yeah, right? Like initial data fetching for that conversation should just be a REST request, right? You're not going to get that over the WebSocket. That's gross. That's super gross. Right. Let me go use the restroom real quick. And then yeah, let's keep building what we're building. We're on to something here. We do need to separate out the initial event, which is an array of a single event, the restart event, which is the value is empty, right? So like when we do this part, and technically, right, like I don't think no reply would even bubble this up anywhere. So I think we're actually set. I think we're good. I don't know if we do need 2 of these events. I feel like these could be fine. Yeah, I don't know. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Ooh, and talented. That's fine. Yeah, this is a very specific problem to Elixir. Right? Like the whole gen server, like continuously running process thing. Yeah, that's not something you get with PHP. Unless you're using, what was that framework? Falcon? Was that the name of the Node.js inspired PHP framework? And hey, welcome back, Full Stacking. Falcon is pretty old, yes, but Falcon is still like the Node.js paradigm, right? And I mean, full stacking, like, you can do it with Node, like, it holds a running state. Like, you can just define a global object and modify it. It's a bad idea. It's a really bad application design in Node.js, but you can do that. Yeah, I agree, Kaneen, for sure. A long-lived running server process. I mean, Node.js does it, for sure, 100%. Rust does it. Go does it. think technically Java does it, right? No, Ruby is Ruby is actually closer to PHP, where it's like every single request is just a top-down data flow, right? From start to finish of like the scripting. So Ruby and PHP are more closely aligned than Ruby and Node.js, or than PHP and Node.js. Node.js is a persistent server, which is why you have to be very, very careful about globals, which is why the original React server-side rendering frameworks were really bad until Redux came along, because Redux is actually that state instantiated per like process that did it rather than like a global Node.js server-side thing. So with the earlier server-side rendering frameworks, it was really easy to leak stuff from someone's session to the next session. Like the early like server-side rendering frameworks for React, they had a lot of problems with leaking state from user to user because they were using globals rather than a per like rendering process problem. Handle cast instead of handle info? Maybe. Yeah, that part I'm less sure of. So, Brainless, we're operating off of this blog post. So hold on. There's multiple of them. Technically, handle info is like the catch-all other thing. So there's the one which is like handle call, and then there's handle cast. Handle cast is a shoot and forget, right? It's like asynchronous. Handle call is waiting for a response, and handle info is basically just everything else. That was what we got from the docs when we looked it up, right? So yeah, call, cast, and info isn't in here, right? But if we go look at callbacks, and then there's handle call, handle cast, and then handle info. So call is the synchronous like request response. Cast is send and forget. And then info is, whatever, man. I don't give a shit. But then, like Kanine, what is info after that, right? Info is just, I don't care. Like, I am struggling to understand, like, well, when would I want something other than call or cast? What's info for? And full stacking. You may have unfollowed and left earlier before I pointed it out, but I just wanted to show you real quick the way they implement this in this blog post. It's actually a single process per path, which for our case would be a single process per keyword notification combo. Right? So the dynamic process thing here is a process per thing, not just the single one process. That's where I was like pushing back earlier. No, this is about dynamic processes, not just a single one. And that's fine. That's literally what I want to do, though. Like, this is exactly what I want to do. So it's not just a single gen server running continuously. No, it's a bunch of gen servers, and you spin up one for every single one thing you care about. But yeah, I'm sorry if earlier I upset you. It was just some of the statements like, that value is the state, when I had already kind of said the same thing. That makes sense, Kanan. And hold on, is it Kanan or Kanin? I just want to make sure I say it right. Trillium. So this is just whiskey and water. So hold on, full stacking. No, I still think it's slightly a different thing, right? What we're looking at is a single process per keyword notification combo. And that's what I said earlier, and you said, no, that's wrong, it's just a single one. When instead, there's a supervisor that spins up inside of the application, right? So it's still in the supervision tree, but that one supervisor is then spawning these gen servers, right? So the dynamic supervisor is actually starting a child per path, which means it's still a process per path, when you said it's a single process for all the paths. That's what I was getting at. And that's part of where I started getting frustrated. It's not just a single process. It's a process per path. Literally, because of how the dynamic supervisor is doing this. I don't think so. Gen server is just a loop that never stops. That's one of the words you said, or one of the things you said, which is incorrect because you can totally terminate the gen server. You start the dynamic supervisor via application. Yes. But it, starting the child processes, happens when you call this function. That's a separate thing. The gen servers itself are all individual processes. Right? The gen servers I am creating are individual processes. Yes, exactly. Canon. Right? So did I say that right? Canon? Maybe. I don't know. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. Earlier, when I said it's a process per keyword notification combo, you actually pushed back on that statement. When we're looking at the implementation of a dynamic supervisor, I was actually 100% correct because I actually read this article and I just didn't have it memorized to go look at this part. Hey, there you go, Lithium. That's awesome, man. Your work laptop froze, had to power it down. You were in the middle of a system update. How do you know it was totally frozen? I've had that happen with a Mac before, too. I've actually had it happen with, like, I've taken a screenshot of 3 Macs doing it at once. So that was a bummer. But yeah, that was a fun day. Well, why would you reboot the other if 2 of them were failing? I don't know, because it seemed like it might be different. One's a Mac Mini that's ancient. The other was my personal MacBook that's ancient. And the other one was a work MacBook that was newer, so maybe it would be fine. No, they all hung. It was so annoying. Dude, yeah, that sucks, man. So yeah, hold on. Maybe full stacking. I said something earlier, it felt like you were trying to contradict it. I'm not saying every single statement is pushback. But sometimes I make a statement, you say no, which is pushback. Right? Like when I say something and you say no, like, I don't know, man. So here it is, right? Then I am talking about a process, not a gen server. Incorrect. I was talking about a gen server as its own process. Like, I see your whole chat history here, man. I remember exactly the context in which I was saying, yes, I want this to run as a process per thing. You're just trying to take a revisionist view of history at this point. Because that's exactly what this article does. That is the exact thing that this entire article is doing, dude, with the dynamic supervisor. That is literally what's going on in the thing that you linked to us a couple days ago. It doesn't matter what I think it is. That is literally what's happening right here, dude. The dynamic supervisor is starting a process, right? Starting a child for every single path that is passed to it. And they call it out like, hey, it could get heavy if you have millions of these things, right? They call it out. They're using the registry to spin up a gen server for every single unique path in the application. That is exactly what you linked to us and why I was calling you out for maybe not reading the article all the way through. It doesn't matter what I think a gen server is. It's literally happening with the dynamic supervisor. What do you think the dynamic supervisor is doing? The entire article calls it out as it's a process and it's lightweight. But if you hit millions of them, you might run into a problem. The article says that verbatim. And it's creating a gen server per path in the application in this article. Although Elixir processes, right, error, are lightweight thanks to the Erlang VM, if we had a large number of pages, we could potentially end up with hundreds of thousands of unused processes, right? So then we just kill them when they're not used. But this is literally spinning up a process per page, even if that page isn't accessed for a long time. That is literally what is happening. A gen server per page. What the hell do you think Dynamic Supervisor is doing right here? The thing it is invoking is the worker, and the worker is a gen server. That's literally it, dude. The worker is the gen server. Maybe you need to reread the article or something, man. I don't know. But are you not seeing how the things you're saying are contentious? Like, note the error. The error is only there for already started if we didn't start the server, right? The gen server for that specific path, right? So we're doing a lookup on the registry for a process that was started, right? Each gen server is its own one, and we're starting that gen server. We are starting the child. Maybe canon. I don't know. But this is the problem I have with full stacking, because he seems to not listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Full stacking, real quick. What do you think Dynamic Supervisor is doing here? What is it? What is the child in this case? Is it a gen server? Or is it just a process? In my mind, start child here is creating a new gen server, which is abstracted as a process. Or it is abstracting a process. So then it is creating an entirely new child, an entirely new gen server per path, because it's looking it up based upon the path. So it is creating an entirely new gen server per path. Right? Like, look at this snippet of code, dude. It is not just a process. It is an entirely new gen server per path in the application. The whole module is a module. What is your point about what the whole module is? All I was talking about. Bump right here is a function on the module that you would call, hold on, they even show it, dashbit.metrics.bump, right? It's just a function on a module. That module is not a gen server. The dynamic supervisor is the thing responsible for the underlying gen servers that are created from the module that is just top level. I think you are confusing the bump function for the bump event. No. Bump function and bump event are not the same. I think that's a bad part of the blog post. Right? This bump event is not that bump function. They're not the same thing whatsoever. The bump page function is something you call from wherever you decide to call it. And they're doing it from a plug. But it's just a function on a module. I don't know, man. It seems you're being really revisionist. The bump function is not on the dynamic supervisor. No, it's just calling out to the dynamic supervisor. Yeah. I mean, you already unfollowed. It's surprising you came back. You just really, really talk down to people and gloss over things in the way you describe stuff. And that's the obvious part. I understand that we have to start the dynamic supervisor in the application EX. That was never a question. I don't know why you felt you needed to try and explain that. I get that part. That part makes sense, man. I don't give a shit. That was never the question I actually had. You were assuming that I didn't understand that part. Just like you assumed that I didn't understand what the state was. Just like you were assuming a whole bunch of shit. Well, you weren't very obvious about your phrasing. In the future, work on your phrasing, I guess. Because I simply said a process per thing, and you were like, no, it's just one. It's just a long-lived process. Technically, there is no gen server I'm starting besides the dynamic supervisor. Right? You said a gen server is a long-lived process that gets started via the application.ex. That's incorrect because I'm starting the dynamic supervisor via the application.js. Right? This start link thing is the registry part. Typically, yeah, but not in this case, dude. It's a different thing. Now, it's part of the supervision tree. Would we consider the thing that does the start link here as like the only gen server? No. I just think there was a bit where you're talking about, no, there's only one gen server, and the rest is just processes, which is totally fucking wrong. Right? You had a phrase. Then I am talking about a process, not a gen server. Bullshit. The gen server lives on its own process for each individual unique path. So you just refuse to admit that you were wrong about that part. The process is the gen server. There may be a top-level supervisor / gen server spawning them, but that was never the thing I said. Exactly, right? Like you made a statement as if processes and gen servers are separate things. They're not. And I have your entire chat history, so don't try and walk it back and rewrite history, dude. I would be happy to keep chatting with you. But you got to really stop talking down to me. Exactly. Yes. No matter what, you need some kind of supervisor. The application.ex acts as the top level supervisor of the application, which I think full stacking was trying to say recently. Correct? In general, they call it the supervision tree because gen servers can manage other gen servers. The entire problem right now, full stacking, is you can't admit any fault. I'll admit, I might have misunderstood some of the stuff you said, but some of your statements are just contradicting exactly what you're saying now. And it is infuriating to talk to someone like that, who can never admit they're wrong. I'm wrong all the time. I'll admit that. But in this case, the statements I made earlier that you said were incorrect or whatever, right? Oh, well, in that case, it's a process, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, dude. Sorry, no. Then I'm talking about a process, not a gen server. They are one and the same. Right? So that statement was entirely incorrect. So if you're still out there full stacking, I welcome you to come back. But when you're wrong, just admit you're wrong. And don't talk down to streamers like they're idiots. You just want to be the source of truth. There's a lot of beginning dev streamers out there that you could mislead. Don't blame the fact that you have to chat and pick your words carefully as the reason why I totally misunderstood you. In quotes. No, he left. Yeah, it's fine. If anything, this is performative so that other people understand how to interact with chat. If I say something and you say I'm wrong, and then I point out how when you said I was wrong, you were totally fucking wrong, don't triple down on it. Don't blame the fact that you had to use chat words to do it instead of just being able to say it. Here's the thing. He unfollowed earlier after I told him to stop talking down to me. And then I realized he was totally fucking wrong about the article he shared with me. This part. And then he came back even to argue the same shit again. Like, dude, what the fuck, man? Some people just suck. One single moment of self-reflection being like, you know what? I was wrong with that one statement. It's just funny to me, man. Right? Like, dude. This is literally what he typed. I just copied and pasted it. He's pretending processes and gen servers are not the same thing, or he didn't know that. But there was not a single moment of him owning up to that misconception or something. I didn't type those words for him. Is there any way to understand what he's saying in some other way? No. He was fundamentally wrong with how he was representing a gen server. And he just spent the last 20 minutes of our time trying not to be wrong. Like, instead of just admitting he made a mistake there. That's the thing, right? Like, it's just so easy to be like, you know what? You're right. I was wrong about that. I'm wrong all the time. I usually admit to it very quickly, and sometimes it takes a little longer. Like when I ban people like full stacking. Could you imagine getting lectured about Elixir by someone who thinks processes and gen servers are separate? Ethan doesn't even write Elixir, and he was able to copy and paste from the gen server fucking web page in the docs that a gen server is a process. Like, dude. These are the insufferable people we deal with in tech. And as a streamer, we're exposed to all of them. Like, every single time. And when he unfollowed earlier, it wasn't even about that. It wasn't about him being wrong. I just simply said, dude, stop talking down to me. Because he was explaining things that were obvious and things that I had already said. Like, this is the state of the gen server. Like, I don't know, man. It's just... There are ways to interact with chat. And there are the wrong ways to interact with chat. I feel like we deal with people doing the wrong way more often than I would like. Part of the problem is I acknowledge every message. Could I have just ignored him? Yeah, but what fun is that, having to ignore your audience? That doesn't sound fun to me. I'd rather push out the people that suck. All right, so yeah, real quick. I do need to get over to gaming here soon. You can gift a sub to a banned person. Please don't troll them. If they want to come back, they can do the unban request thing. I would not have been nearly as hostile with them if they hadn't already unfollowed from me just saying, stop talking down to me. That shouldn't be an unfollow event. Right? Don't treat me like I'm an idiot. Stop talking down to me. Stop explaining the obvious. If I have a question about something, I will ask. Right? Boom. Instant unfollow. That, like, dude. I would not have been nearly as contentious with that person had they simply stepped away and come back and kept the follow. There is an intention to that. All right, so we do need to start wrapping up soon. Let's at least just like look at this. This is where we're leaving off. Right, so do we end up needing a separate handler for empty list versus non-empty list? So hold on. Let's at least just document what our concerns are. There is first event. Hold on. Let's just say events. There is first event. There is existing event, and then reset event. Right? So we reset it to 0 when we do the batch. Right? That is this part. Which means we don't kick this off. Oh, hold on. So I think we have a bunch of bugs because key here in this case, that is the key. Well, no, it's still just a message that we're sending. And then this thing sends its own things. Yeah, so I think there's definitely a bug that I have created because I have now complicated what the key is or what the message ID is, right? So no. Hold on. In general, we have the message that we send to the gen server, and that is this first thing. And then the rest is the state that we're passing between these things. So then at some point, we send another message. And we just handle the batch send event because of pattern matching. You know, yeah, we might be good. We might be good. Yeah, I think tomorrow we try and implement this after just a little bit more reasoning about it at the start of stream. We'll reason about these events, whether we actually need separate ones. I don't think we do. And then, yeah, like, we need to fill in what happens when this event fires. We also need to set up a migration value of batch interval minutes. And we need to, hold on, I'm totally blowing that. Yeah, batch interval minutes. Yeah, this part's a problem. All right, so we're using minutes instead of seconds. All right, so we got some stuff to do tomorrow. Tomorrow's also birthday stream. I need to pick up or order the Coca-Cola. Yeah, my car's not finished being worked on. They didn't even call me today. Ugh. Yeah, mechanic shop didn't even call me today. We'll see about tomorrow. Yeah, they're having a hard time tracking down how to repair my lock cylinders. They have to like hit up like junkyards and shit. Woodford tomorrow? No, it'll be, and I have an empty. It'll be 4 roses, right? Like a full 4 roses single barrel, but I'll be mixing with Coca-Cola, so I'll be undoing a bunch of my weight loss. That's fine. Could be worse. But you know what? Yeah, birthday stream tomorrow. We're hanging out. Someone may make me play guitar, or I might just play guitar for free. Fuck it. So get here early tomorrow if you want to see me play guitar, because it gets worse the more whiskey I got in me. Like, it gets worse. Who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? Who's even streaming right now? Ooh, Les Miles is watching District 9? Is that it? Yeah, with Neil Blomkamp. Slyborg. What does Slyborg do? Doing hack the box stuff? We do see Nick1 Datasci doing VizBuzz. We see Travis Roman doing their game engine. Noob hexing. Okay. Damn. All right. So hold on. Just to shout it out. The first streamer I ever watched, Machine Gunner USMC, is out there doing IRL catfish fishing. Which is kind of crazy. Like, dude, first streamer I ever watched on Twitch. He's not a software and game dev streamer, and we're not going to rate him. But man, yeah, I used to watch this dude play League of Legends all the time. It's cool to see him do other stuff. What's crazy to me is that, like, dude, he was totally, like, on panels and all sorts of stuff. He used to be big time, and now he's very small time. Like, Twitch streams come and go, I guess, huh? Like, this stream used to have 100 viewers. Streamers come and go. Let's go raid someone. Let me go look at the category, right? The one you recommended. Hold on. What was the name? Damn it. 47 views. I'm second in the list. Wow. Dude, dead category, man. Beanies are forever. Ooh, that's basically like a James Bond thing, right? Beanies are forever, but like the worst James Bond you've ever seen. Hold on. What was the stream you recommended? Slyborg. Okay. Yeah, I'm like scrolling up from the bottom. How many people do they have, actually? That'll help me find it. 38. Oh, they're big time. Oh, shit. They're like right at the top then. Oh, no, I see. Yeah, absolute noob hexing. Sure, hack the box stuff. Why not? Yeah, we get raids from hack the box people all the time. No, I see it. Yeah, I see it. Sure, why not? I don't even follow them, so I will do that. Yeah, we'll go raid them. Her chat's really slick, like the on-screen chat or something. Okay. Yeah, we'll go raid Slyborg. Oh, their settings don't allow us to raid. No, so we can't raid Slyborg. No, too bad. Yeah, let her know. I'm going to find someone else, but yeah, feel free to let her know that, yeah, she can't get raided if she doesn't allow raids. I guess. Yeah, I don't know, man. I've never understood why anyone would disallow raids, right? Like, maybe from, like, a certain amount or something. Do I not have enough people to raid? Ooh, is 47 not enough? Ooh, shady. Shady. But whatever. Yeah, we'll go raid Nick one. All right, so we're going to raid Nick one Data Sci. Yeah, let her know, man. I don't know. There's something weird there. All right, so I'll be over on gaming stream here in just a little bit. I'm going to be playing some Dead Island 2 with James and Wormbane. Yeah, no raids GS fault, but yeah. Can't raid a stream that doesn't allow raids. What's up, Valcario? Yeah, we're raiding another stream right now. Sorry about that. I'll be back here tomorrow. It's birthday stream, and we are chilling. I mean, you can still hop on the train. The train is, like, ramping up. My other stream is gaming. Does that work? Hey, it works even if I mess up the caps. So yeah, Griffing and Chill is my gaming stream. I will be over there in just a sec. I'll be playing some games with Worm and James. We're going to be playing Dead Island 2. I'm going to go make a sandwich first and foremost, and then, yeah, let's go say hi to Nick 1. All right, later. Yeah, see you soon.